Okay, if you're just joining me, I first apologize that the sound of drilling. I'm getting a fence put in right behind me, so that's what that noise is. So I apologize for that. I wanted to point out something. I wanted to trade today so bad, but nothing looked right. I'm going to tell you the first indication that I had of that. Take a look over here at puts on the right side of the screen. I got a buy signal right here at 9:55. And when I see the awesome oscillator bars just going along practically in a straight line, that's a red flag not to get in the trade. Another thing that's a red flag is when you see green bar, then a red, then green's red. That's like if somebody asked you a question and said, okay, it's sunny today? And you said yes. But then you said, oh, no, it's not sunny. Well, wait, yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes. No. So it's like indecision here. What you want to see is you want to see these bars, first of all, be long, like in the call side over here. And you want to see them headed upward. Now, right here we had a buy signal on calls at 10:20. However, I didn't see any kind of momentum right around here, and that's another red flag. Something else to note is when you see these green arrows on the RSI, which is the relative strength indicator, and they just keep going on and on and on, it's usually a blue line here. That I call a dead snake, because it's just not going anywhere. It's just sitting there. It's like it's dead. So these are all red flags for me. And I wanted to point that out because whenever you see a red flag, that's the point that you have to sit on your hands. And I've done that so many times. I've just sat on my hands and said, okay, I'm not going to do this till it looks exactly like I want it to. So what I try to do is what are called high probability trades. And that is a trade that I see that it's going up. I know it's going up. The awesome oscillator looks very healthy. Both of these awesome oscillators today do not look healthy at all. The awesome oscillator is supposed to, let me see if I can show you. It's supposed to kind of go up, down. Maybe it comes down below, then it comes up, comes down like this. It's supposed to kind of look like mountains. And when it doesn't look like that, when it looks like just a solid line here, that's not healthy. And also having it go up and then straight down and then nothing here. That's just not normal. So that's the time to sit. I'm sitting on my hands right now because I don't want to do anything that I will regret. Okay, so if you're just joining me, I'm telling everybody about some red flags I had this morning. This awesome oscillator should look more like mountain peak. You know, something where the red comes down. Let me change the colors here. Okay. Usually the red comes down. Hold on a sec. Like this. And then all of a sudden it will shift into green and continue to go up, and many times it'll go past the zero line, and that point right there, that's when I would maybe get in. if it started going up like that. But right now we have a buy signal. It goes up a little, comes down. A buy signal. Here we had a buy signal and calls, and it's already gone red. So my prediction was correct about this one because there's nothing really here. So there's nothing to cause it to move upward. And so that's why it came right back down. So awesome oscillator for me is a very important tool. And the RSI is important too, because when you see it like this little blue line is what it is down here. When it just kind of goes, you know, along like this, I think of that like as a dead snake. And I'm sure everybody's heard of the term a dead cat bounce. This is something totally different than that. This is just something I observe, that when I see the green arrows give a signal and then nothing happens, then that's just a very unsure market right there. Got all kinds of things happening in the news right now. We've had 3 days this week where we had some big moves, and usually around Thursday things kind of start to slide a little bit. I think this is going to be a long day. I might even not trade today because it's just too crazy. Yesterday I traded and made $1,000, and that doesn't happen every day, but you just have to be ready. So what I'm going to do is put music on and just let this ride for a while. I'm going to go out and see how they're doing on my fence outside. So let me find some music. I don't know. I'm going to keep going till I find something that I think everybody will like. And let's see, I haven't logged into this yet, so give me a minute. Good morning, Justin. I was getting ready to tell people that the music I listen to, in case anybody wanted to hear it, is called Epidemic Sound. And it's epidemicsound.com. And they've just got all kinds of nice royalty-free music that you can use. I was pointing out to everyone, I don't know, at one point that people came into the chat room, but the first buy signal of the day that I had, which in my trading plan, that's what I look for, is the first buy signal. That's what this was in puts. However, the awesome oscillator just went along in a straight line practically. That shows me there's no momentum. Normally when we want to see the awesome oscillator come down, the bars get, let me see if I can, it would come down like this and they would go. It's normally like they look. Then they'll start to go the other direction. And then this point is when I usually like to buy. And then they get smaller and smaller and smaller. This one just did not do that, so I stayed away from it. Over here, I pointed out that this point where you don't see any bars in Awesome Oscillator, that says to stay away. Because you want to have momentum when you're trading. If you don't have that, it's like not having gas in your car. You can't go anywhere. So momentum is like gas. The gas of the stock market. So we've got to have that momentum and that volume there, because if not, it won't go anywhere. We got a second buy signal on calls, and this is starting to go up, and that's what we want to see. If it goes past the overnight high, which was 1510, I have it set for 1520 to let me know that if that goes off, I might think about buying. But the market's just acting really weird. So I don't know at this point if I'm going to do anything today. But I look for, if I get a buy signal, I automatically just start looking for red flags. And that might sound negative, but what it is I'm ruling out. I want high probability trades. In order to do that, I have to have the conditions exactly like I want them. And if they're not that way, then I just wait. And so I call this a sit on my hands day today, just because of these red flags that I've been getting. And so the Awesome Oscillator gives you a lot of information. It sort of tells you like where the momentum is at. And so it's easier to read than just standard stock charts. So this the stock chart that I'm looking at, that's right in the top half. Let's see how I can say this. The candles, I look at them and that buy signal, then I go down for confirmation here in my RSI in my Awesome Oscillator. And one thing I said is when the RSI, which is the relative strength indicator, when that hits this 30 line, and it goes up and then down and up and down and up and down. That's kind of the same way up here of you asking someone a question, is it sunny today? Well, yes. No, yes, no, yes. It's like it's very indecisive. And I call this a dead snake because it just looks like it's just dead laying there doing nothing. So it looks to me like for calls that we might go past that overnight high. I want to look at something here. There's a buy signal in Trading View that I'm looking at. And UT bot alerts, that's where they're located, is on Trading View. If you want to get them, you have to go into a website called Thinkorswim. And I tell all of this in the description. So if you look at one of my older videos, in the description, I always give the way to get my screen, and then I also show you, I give a video on how to put UT bot alerts on Thinkorswim. So this market we're just looking at, we're trying to figure out, it's trying to push through this resistance. I don't know if it's going to or not. If it does, that'll be something significant. The overnight low on puts, we've gone past that. So to me, that's just, that's not something that I would trade. So I would say no to that. If we take a look at, okay, I have a good picture here I want to take a screenshot of. Move this over here. This is a picture of something. I used to teach music, and so I probably wouldn't have known this if I had taught music. Excuse the banging in the back. This is having a fence built, and it's just seems like it's loud to me. But these are called panpipes. Okay, and panpipes are like it's a flute. And it's back in the days of mythology and the gods and that kind of thing. But the panpipes are blown, and the notes get higher as it goes up, and then they come back and go down lower. And that is kind of what the awesome oscillator reminds me of, our panpipes. Okay, just got a buy signal with puts, but I'm still just not satisfied that that is a good trade, so I'm going to hold off. My trading plan, select call and put strike prices at the money at 9:32. At the money would be the first purple bar, okay? And then that's for call. Then I just to do the put, I do the opposite. And so I had already done that. There was no buy signal at 9:30. So that didn't even matter right here. NA. Check support and resistance lines. That's the overnight low and overnight high. Here we hit up there on that overnight high right at the beginning of the market, but then came right back down, and that happens a lot. This over just a little bit. Okay, I started to look for a trade at 9:36. Trade only after a buy signal with a green candle. Okay, we did have a buy signal with a green candle, and I think I'm going to have to add something in my trading plan that says check awesome oscillator and relative strength indicator. So that might be after this. We'll say AO. And RSI. And when I did that, I determined that no, there was no way to do a trade. And so the sell limit at 1,000 above the purchase price, I'm not even at that point yet. And I'm not trading right now. So let me back it up just a minute. Well, okay. So that when I do make a trade, if I do make a trade, I don't know yet, then that box can be checked, and then that one. So let's come out of this. We did have this buy signal, and now it's starting to come up. Trying to tell. We do have a green bar there, but it's like I said, the green bars have been going all the way across. Let me see if I can draw that. Okay. So this blue arrow, this blue X corresponds with the blue line down here. We just want to see something that looks rolling like a roller coaster, like mountains, this kind of thing. Could this be wrong? Yes. But we just have to wait out and see. We want to err on the side of caution. Joe Gold, 6744. Yes, I can teach you how to trade. And most mornings, I'm in this chat room and I just go through the steps one by one. And if you want to copy my screen, if you just go in to the description, you will be able to do that. Let me make sure it's got the most current link though. Okay, sometimes I've been changing the setup for my screen, and so let's see here. Okay, I went in and tried to get the most current setup, and it should end in HW at the very end of that link. When you copy that link that's in the description and follow all of the steps that it says to go through in Thinkorswim, then you can be able to do your trading just like I am, just like my screen is. And it's taken me about 4 years to get to the point of where I found a setup that I really feel good about. Sean Deckmore, who is somebody pretty popular in the stock trading, he first taught me about options. And so I started playing around with them. And I found out you could spend less money, but make more money. So this appealed to me a lot. So I started studying about options and trying to figure out, and I have a video that I just made a couple days ago on I found the Holy Grail, and that's kind of how it feels to me. So I hope that my videos are helpful. I'm trying to break it down into the most simple conditions and the simplest trades and simple everything. I don't do iron condors and iron butterflies and whatever those things are. I don't do any fancy kind of straddles or strangles or any of that. I am strictly on the simplest candle possible, which is a 5-minute. Thinkorswim is my platform, which I love. And I'm looking here at Joe Gold. You say, how much is it looks like you have con in SPX. Are you meaning how much is a call? Because I'm not sure what you mean there. Okay, a call. Right now, the calls that I'm looking at, it's $7.10. When I started off this morning, it was more like about $16, so it has significantly gone down. I would not recommend buying calls right now. One contract of calls would be right now $7.60. You can tell how much it is by looking here at the, let me see if it'll let me draw. Right here. This gray box is what the price is. The red is the ask, and the green is the bid. So you want this gray bar to be in the middle between those two, between the bid and the ask, and right now it is, but it's just not. It's continuing to go down. The trend for the calls, it looks like, is down, a downward trend. Okay, Joe Gold, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Okay, if you scalped a put for 15% gain, that is excellent. Congratulations. It feels really good when you do something like that. 750. Way to go, Joe Gold. Justin, it is hard not to be greedy in this market because this market just is so volatile and so crazy. Just got a message to sell puts. Let's see, make sure that's what that is. Yep, selling puts. But it is very easy to get greedy in this market because when something soars up really high and it just continues to soar and goes higher and higher, then it's human nature to want to stay in and get every last little drop of everything you can get. But I've learned over the last 4 years to set a sell stop, and to me that locks in profits. And here we have another buy signal in calls. But the candle, if you look at it, it's like a long-legged spinning top. I'm not sure really what the name of this one is. And it's going in and out. When it goes in and out like that, that means it's not strong. Looks like a Christmas tree flashing right now. Okay, Joe Gold, that's wonderful, 750. And what I was hoping would happen with over here, let's see. If you look at calls, what I hoped was going to happen was for these bars to continually go higher, then sort of come off the side here, you know, and then go back down. But what it did was it went here. It just dropped down. When they drop down like that, and when you don't see much momentum, that's just red flags, and I try to stay away from those kind of things. The fact that this buy signal here is such a crazy spinning top, I don't think I would really do anything with that. Spinning tops, that's indecision in the market is what that means. And so when something is undecided, I don't have any reason to get in it. That was a good alert to sell your put. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Yeah, I love these UT bot alerts. They are really, really accurate, I think. And when you get an alert that is a spinning top, such as like what we have here, what we have to do is just wait to see what's happening after that. And if you get a spinning top after that, and then another spinning top slash doji after that, that just kind of tells you this is not the trade to take. And so these buy signals that look like dojis and spinning tops, that's not good. That's not a good signal. So I'm sitting on my hands today. I need to like take them out so I can air them. But I'm trying to get on high probability trades because I had some losses in this last couple of weeks, I guess, and it wiped out a lot of profits I had. So I'm very, very careful about what I trade. Because I got a pool I got to pay for now, so I gotta be very careful. Okay, so what it looks like today is we're trading in what I call a crab market. It moves sideways, and you can make money on trading when you goes up. You can make money trading when it goes down, but you cannot really make any money when it's going sideways. So this is one of those days to just hang out, listen to music, read a book, do something like that. Down here with this awesome oscillator with puts, I wanted to see this move past zero. It has not done that yet. So this is just not a good trade to take today. Now, if I look, what the closing here is 837. Okay. All the way from 825 to 1050 to 837. Okay. If I got this at let's say 840, I would have gotten 5 contracts with it. And 1050 would have been when it went up to meet my goal. So 16, 11, I could have bought here and made some money. You got 4 kids whose college you got to pay for. My goodness, bless your heart. I know that's got to be a lot. It's a whole lot more money now than it was back when I was going to college. Let me take a look over here. This buy signal and calls, I always go up and I look at the closing price, and that's how I tell how much I would have paid for that call if I would have done it, as I look to see the closing price. So here you come up and you look, the closing price is $9.38. So I have something called a profit calculator. And 938, let's round it to 940. We could get 5 contracts, and it would need to go to about 1150 to make my goal. And so did it go to 1150? Yes. It went to 1410. So yes, in some of these trades I could have made some money, but this first one here in calls I would have gotten stopped out probably by this red candle. So I'm just not going to do anything today. I think I will put some music on, and I've got a couple of things I've got to do around the house, and I will come back in, let's see, what time is it now? 10:06. I'm going to come back at about 11 my time, 12 Eastern time. Okay. I am back. All right, buy signal and calls. And we've still got in calls, we've got this overnight high that is the blue dotted line, and that's sort of like a wall that we're trying to break through. Let's see. G-Man's 86. Struggling to set up my charts. I copied the link to no avail using Thinkorswim as well. Okay, when you tried to copy the link, I'm going to switch my screen over to take you through that step by step. So let me see if I can do that. Okay, when you go down into the description, it says to duplicate my screen, and it says copy the link. So what you would do is just, I go to the end always. You would copy that. I do Control C. That's a quick way to copy. Okay, then click Setup in Thinkorswim. It's the upper right hand corner. Okay, if you look in the upper right hand corner, let me go there. Let me see how I can do this. I'm just going to pull this tab over. Okay, so when you went down and you went to the place where it says to duplicate my screen, that's in the description. You copied the link. Then you want to go to the upper right hand corner where it says Setup and click that. Then you want to select Open Shared Item. Then you want to paste the URL. The easiest way to paste it is do Control V. Then you click Preview. And then select the Open Shared Items after I press Import. And let's see what we look like here. I've got several ones, so okay, and so this is, of course, ignore the drawings, but this is what your screen would look like mine now. Okay, I call this the 0DTE SPX setup, so that should be listed on there. I hope that helped. in looking at the awesome oscillator, I see it's going, I want to make sure that everybody understands that when this goes across, let me get it on blue. And it goes across like this. That's just not a good sign. I don't like to see that, because it's just meaning that the momentum is just going along in the same way and in the same direction. I don't know what to call it, but it's the momentum when it goes sideways like that and not up and down like over here on puts. This is how it should go, what I've drawn in, but this is what it actually did, was on the blue line. So these are just not good trades to get into. We had a buy signal up here in calls, but it's disappeared. That's been happening a lot the last couple of days. We get a signal and then it goes south. But this is definitely a huge barrier, this overnight high. And so to go anywhere with this, it's got to break through there. The puts I just consider very bearish, because they've gone below the overnight low and they're just continuing to go lower and lower and lower. Okay, G-Man's 86. It did pull up items, but my right side screen is missing. Chart style is different. What chart style are you using? Because I can tell you mine, the style. Let's see, hold on a second here. My style is Heikinashi. You might have something like candle or candle trend, but I like Heikinashi because it's just a smoother look. And it's not so whiplashy. I just made up a new word. So Heikinashi, that's the chart type that you want. You say your right side screen is missing. I'm thinking that you mean the put side. I don't know if the chart's missing or if the active trader tab is missing, but I always have active trader up and ready to go. So if I want to make a trade, I just come up and click the buy button. I don't have to really think anything, do anything. I just immediately click that when I'm ready. I don't like today how I see buy signals coming and going. They'll come for a few seconds, leave, come, leave. They go back and forth and back and forth. That's just an unstable market to me, and it's not a time to be in a trade. So I'm just on the sidewalk. So I've got another buy signal on calls just now. But once again, if you look at that candle, it's a spinning top. That's indecision in the market. So we don't know what direction it's going to go. So we're just sitting on our hands right now. So my chart style is Heikinashi. Let's see. Kirill Drew. I'm glad it worked for you. That's great. I try to update the screen to have it on the most current one. I did have down here a trend meter where the RSI is, and I've also had volume zone oscillator down there. I've tried lots of different things, but to me, the RSI gives me more information that way. I call this a dead snake. this RSI just continuing to go on like that. That's not normal, really. And I'm waiting here. Normally the awesome oscillator looks kind of like mountain peaks, and then down here it has valleys. And I'm just waiting for it to cross zero. And it hasn't done that yet. When it does that, that's going to be significant, I think. Way back, I was looking to see this continuing to go up. It's since, there it is, the line going up, and then it usually comes down after a while. But this one's just going straight across. And so I call this a sideways market, consolidation, crab crawl, whatever you want to call it. But when markets move sideways, nothing happens. And we did get, now we're getting a high of 1690 over on calls. Okay, let's see here. I think that something to note is the real body of the candle is the solid part. And the real body has not passed through the overnight high. The wick has, but not the real body. So that's significant because we're looking for that to happen. So it's just a waiting game, I guess. Right now I'm not seeing anything. The charts tab is where I do a lot of my work at. A lot of people are not aware, but this symbol table that is at the calls and puts at the upper left hand corner, it is where I pick my strike price. I'm going to have to go. Somebody's at my door. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to be in and out today because of a lot of work that I'm having done on the house, and we just got a new pool put in and a new fence, and so I'm just being crazy running around. What I'm looking right now is up here in calls. We tried to go past that high of the day, didn't make it, and now it's going down again. So it's tested this area here, the overnight high, and it just can't make it past. The puts, they're just terrible. They're going down, 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 down. Let's see, I want to draw something right there. When you see a first green bar coming down in the awesome oscillator, that's a good entry point. We really didn't have that here because it's gone from red to green to red to green, red, green, red. It's just can't make up its mind. So I've definitely put an X on puts today, and calls don't look much better. Let me know if you're having trouble getting your screen to look like mine. I found a way to duplicate my screen a while back, and it's really nice to be able to share that, because I've been in a lot of websites, specifically options websites, and I could not ever get my screen to look like the person that was trading. And so that's vital. If you're not on the same playing field, then it's really hard to get things done. So I wanted to have it where yours matched mine. So I do hope that you're able to do that in Thinkorswim. The only thing that wouldn't come over probably would be the UT bot alerts. I've had a lot of people say those don't come over, and that's because that's not a Thinkorswim indicator. That's a TradingView indicator. And TradingView is a screen that I really like to look at their charts, and that's how I found out about it. But then I went in and did some research and found out that Thinkorswim puts up a website called ThinkScript, and that is where you can get those UT bot alerts. And I have a video. Let me bring it up and show you. Okay. This is the video. If you go into my channel, you can see this video on the list of all the videos, and that will take you step by step through the process of adding UT bot alerts to Thinkorswim. And the settings, I'm going to put that up really quick, that I use for UT bot alerts are the key value is 1. They misspelled value. I think that's interesting. The ATR period is 10. So 1 and 10 right here. And then signals from Heikin-Ashi candles, no. The reason I do that, because I already have the Heikin-Ashi candles up, so I don't need to change that. And then show labels, yes. Price color on, yes. Alert sound on, yes. And then for alerts, I like to enable it, and I like to have a message: buy puts, sell puts, and then the calls, the same thing: buy calls, sell calls. That way, when the message pops up, I know exactly what's happening, and I don't have to question anything. At the upper left-hand corner, sometimes a message will appear from the UT bot alerts, and it's so fast that I sometimes have to go into messages to look at it. And so here are my messages again. And that will tell me exactly. Because it happens so fast. And sometimes, like I say, we've had bot alerts that have come and gone. They'll appear for a few seconds and disappear and go back and forth. And that just tells me that it's not a very strong trade. So I try not to take those. Okay, Nancy, why are you using calls and puts for 69.65 strike? Okay. Carol Drew, the reason I am using the 69.65 strike is at 9:32. Let me call that up again. Let's see here. Here's my trading plan. I select call and put strike prices at the money at 9:32. So what that means is at 9:32, I go into the symbol table, click options, click SPX, and then I want to see 14 strikes, make it so it's bigger. Now, this first purple bar, that's what I chose, because at 9:32, that's where the first purple bar was at. So I just hold on to that. I might change it as the trade goes on and pick something different, but right now, that's what I've chosen. Now see down here, it's gotten to where it's only $3.95, and normally when I buy things, they're like $20. So the value of this is not that much down here. I really want to see this go to 17. I'm going to put a alert. If it hits that, that means it's blowing past that high. So there's a resistance here at this wick. And so if we see it go past that resistance, that's a chance that we could trade. And when you're talking about, you said, I mean the same strike, but delta is different for them. And to be honest with you, I've briefly looked over the delta and theta and all that. And to be honest with you, I don't quite understand it, and until I read up on it some more, that's just not something I even consider. So the Greeks, while they're wonderful and they offer a lot of information, I'm not really big into that. I'm more of a chart girl. That's what I am. Okay, and let's see. G-Mans. If we use your copy chart, can we draw on it? Sorry if it's a basic question, trying to wrap my head around the technicals. If you use my copy chart, you can draw all over it, do whatever you want, because once you copy it and put it into yours, it becomes yours. And I'm sharing this, and I'm not saying, okay, I need $49.95 for a course, or $100, lifetime membership. I'm not not offering any of that. That's not what I'm about. What I'm about is showing people who want to quit their jobs, who want to be their own boss, who don't want to have to deal with all the crap that's involved in a job. If you want to get away from that, this is a really good way to do it. And so you can draw all over it, you can change it, you can tweak it. That's what I have done over the last 4 years, is I've just taken my chart and I've tried all kinds of different time frames, the minute. I've looked at the 5-minute, the 10-minute, even the 15-minute, 30-minute. I've looked at all of the different time frames, and I found that 5-minute for me is the best. You may find that the 15-minute works better for you, or the 1-minute. But for now, this is the chart that I prefer. So you're a retired teacher. I am too. I taught for 24 years, and I taught several different things. I taught music. Had a buy signal just now in inputs. So I'm looking at that. I taught music for a little while. I taught regular ed, they call it general ed, which I taught 4th grade, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade even. And then I came back to music again, taught that for a couple of years. And then my last 7 years, I taught special ed. And boy, I tell you, that was a challenge. But I can certainly understand people that are doing a 9 to 5 and it's just not for them. Sometimes that's not the right job for a lot of people. And so it's nice to be able to work at your own leisure and your home. And I just wish that 20 years ago they had this kind of software and everything out. Because I was using something called Big Charts, I think was the name of it. And I think it was delayed, the first charts I looked at. So everything was really strange. I was wondering why stuff was happening, and yet my chart wasn't. And that was because it was delayed. And so you had to, in order to get the real time, you had to pay for it. So, Thinkorswim, to me, it is just the best platform on the planet. It has helped me so much. My biggest trade that I had was $40,000, and that was in one trade. And biggest loss was about $20,000. Business ed, computers. So that's cool. So you were in middle school. I was in elementary, and I can't imagine being in middle school. But 30 years, congratulations. I had a Master of Education myself. And that's exactly what I'm doing, is I'm trying to supplement my income. Now, this buy signal over at puts, that's very significant. It hasn't crossed the 0 line yet, though. And just to let everyone know, I drew all of this in because this is kind of typically what it looks like. And then the blue line, that's where it's at. So, I'm still hesitating about this. Let's see. Price is about $5.60. Here's my profit calculator is what I call it. And so this costs, let's say $5.60. I could get 8 contracts, and it would need to go to $6.90 for me to make 1,000. Okay. So I could get 8 contracts. Let's see. Now it's at 5. It's going down. Not something you want to see when you're trying to buy something. It's continuing to go down. Alrighty, right here there is a high of, and I'm looking at this bar here when I put the cursor on the candle. That tells you all the information about that candle. So if I notice here, the high was 570. So if it goes to 580, it's gone past that high. So that's significant. Loss of 20K. Okay, I did have stop loss rules for a little bit. And over I kept getting stopped out. And so I quit using the stops for a little while, and then I'd come back and use them again. So on this one, I could probably set a stop loss. We will just have to see where it goes. The RSI is like 48. It's kind of in the middle. Normally my stop loss, if we look up here at the order template, it's 25%. That's the percent sign. You can do either percent, or you could do plus or minus values and do tick offset. But I do a percentage of 25% above, a limit order, and then 25% below is a stop. But like I said, I kept getting stopped out. So with high probability trades, it's the less likelihood of getting stopped out is much less. So that's just what I'm watching for. I feel like a sniper. I'm just waiting. I definitely want to see a bar go above 0 on that, on the puts, and the calls just keep head downward. Let me look at the trading view chart. I'm going to move it over to there so you can see it. So the trading view chart, what I'm looking at is trend lines with breaks. That's these solid and dotted green and red lines. The B tells you that it's a break from that trend line. And it shows buy signals as well and sell signals. I also like something called the HH and LL scalper, which stands for higher high and lower low scalper. I put it on, you can see this is what it is on and off. It is these dotted solid red lines and dotted solid green lines. And that just shows the trading range. And then we have our higher high, higher low, higher high, lower low, higher high. And down below, this is the what's called the Fourier smooth volume. Let me say that again. Fourier smoothed volume zone oscillator. I'm going to type that because that's a tough one. Found out about that just by surfing the internet. And it's just really gives good signals and shows momentum. Okay, so that is the Fourier, so it must be French. I don't know though. Smoothed volume zone oscillator. And so we've seen over on the Thinkorswim, I used volume zone oscillator for a couple of weeks. And this is the Fourier smooth volume zone oscillator. And so you can search that on the internet and see which, take a look at it. Generally, let me get out here. When you see the circles, those are good entry points. Down here was a good one. Okay. So the circles are the entry and exit. And the solid bands show the direction of the trend. Okay, let me get back to this one. Okay. Carol Drew, Nancy, when following your system with, let's say, 25K account, how much profit you can expect per year? Okay, that is so hard to say. Because with a 25K account, I wouldn't really trade more than, like, say, 5,000 of that. Let me look today and okay, so I would need a calculator to kind of estimate, but I'm expecting by the end of this year to definitely hit 100,000. And then just beyond that, it's kind of like gravy. So in my system, I'm very, very cautious about entering trades. I only want to do high probability trades. If we look at the puts, we can see that we got the buy signal. It went past that, the high of that. Now, we had a high here of 650, but then it went 640. And also, we don't have, it has not passed the zero line. When it passes the zero line, things happen. And so that's what we're on the lookout for. This is definitely not a very good market today. It's just a lot of consolidation because we had 3 days of really good runs. And when you have 2 to 3 days of good runs, even like I'd say between 2 to 4 days, it's going to consolidate for a little while. And you're welcome, SB Prussia. I'm glad that it worked for you for a couple of days. When we have a day like today, it's just sitting on your hands because nothing is really happening. And unfortunately, we can't make things happen on stocks because I would just love to have everything done in 1 hour and then be able to go out and go shopping and do things. But sometimes we have to hang in there. This is one of those good days where you put the sign up that says "Gone Fishing." I don't know if I said it or not, but you're welcome, Carol Drew. I just want to make my system available for people who want to try it, who want to get out of that 9 to 5 mess. For many years, I commuted, and it took about, I'm going to say, an hour, a little over an hour to get to work every day. So that was 2 hours I spent in my car. And it was a lot of hassles, there were some rewarding times, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed teaching. But toward the end, it got to be where it wasn't fun anymore. And so that's when you need to get out. And I have loved trading ever since I was 18. My father took me to New York and we were going to meet my great uncle Frank and his wife. And we walked in the apartment, which was off of Sutton Place South. And it was like opening the door at the Wizard of Oz. Remember when it was all colorful and everything? I'd never seen anything like it. And that night we went out to a French restaurant. I remember we ordered soup, and I said, "Daddy, the soup is cold." And he was like, "It's supposed to be that way. It's Vichy soir or whatever. It's supposed to be cold." So we got home, and I said, "Dad, I'm just curious. What does Uncle Frank do?" And he said he made millions in the stock market. And I guess that planted a seed, that lit a fire, that I always was thinking about that in the back of my mind. I always was thinking about that. And I had a aunt that did trading too, and she would make trades, and it was just incredible the money that she was making from it. And it just interested me so much. And when my mother passed away when I was 41, I purchased a software. It was called Wise Trade, Wizetrade, and it was like a couple of $1,000s. And back 20 years ago, 25 years ago, that was quite a bit. So I went on there and I made some money, but mostly lost. And in that 20-year period, I have blown out account after account after account. And I'm just tired of blowing it out. I'm sick of it. I wanted to get something that was dependable, something I could count on, and was fail-safe. And I believe I have found that. And after looking at thousands of charts over this last 4 years, I have really come to know this market, what's going on. I just got a sell on the puts. So it doesn't look like it's going to cross that zero line, anytime soon. Yes, tomorrow is OPEX day. Days of option expiration. And so there's always a consolidated market around there, okay? I'm glad to give you the insight. And I'm more than happy to answer questions and just tell you a little bit about myself and everything. I'm 65 years old, just got a buy on calls. I'm 65. It's never too late. So if you're wondering, oh my goodness, I'm getting up in years, you know, it's too late to do that. Don't have to worry about it because it's never too late to accomplish your dreams. And it's always been a dream of mine to trade, and I love trading, and it just fascinates me. So it's never too late to start. You just have to, you know, have rules in place. This trading plan that I have, it used to be all in my mind. I actually physically typed it out because that way you look at it and you can remember, and in times of stress, when things are happening quickly, you just look at your trading plan, and that keeps you focused and on track. The support and resistance lines that I'm talking about here, that is the blue dotted line and the white dotted line. This particular indicator, let me show you what it is. It is called SUPRES, which stands for support resistance. And what I do in this is it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different pivot lines. But I choose to only look at the overnight high and the overnight low. I don't want to be messed with those other ones or concerned about them. So this just looks like a day to just kind of sit. Let me look back at these calls here. Okay. The buy signal, if you notice, just turned red. And that's been happening a lot. It's been going on, and now it's on, off, on, off. That's just indecision is what that is. If I get a green candle somewhere along here, that might be a way to enter. But I think the only thing that I would do today would just be on the sidelines, because this indecision that we're feeling, that's not good. And the price keeps dropping. 1080, 1030, and the green is the buy orders, and the red is the sell orders. So you can see how many it has the number on it. Keep track of it. Okay, and if I look at this awesome oscillator, and you start here, okay, wait, it's not letting me write. Interesting. Here we go. If you start at the top, come down like so, the natural way that this is supposed to go is up like this. So we're going to see if that does happen or if it doesn't. There we go. Yeah, so you understand about the 2 hours each way to commute to work. Wow. That alone is just enough to consider working from home. It's just, it was just a lot. It made me tired, and when I got home, I didn't even feel like doing anything. I will enjoy that pool. Waiting for it to get warmer, though. February 1st, we can actually get in it, but it's going to be freezing. I'm here in Biloxi, Mississippi. So right now it's been we've had some 60s for days, and then but it goes down to the 20s. So it's up and down. Okay, just got a message and I missed it, so I'm going to come look up here at messages. Sell puts. Okay. It's just a sit on your hand day is what I call this. So, G-Man, you're from St. Louis. I've never been there, but I've always wanted to go. So you put your pool in about 10 years ago. Thank you for that. I'm hoping that I can get in the hot tub that's attached to the pool. If you go in my channel, you can see the process that the pool, how it was made and everything. That's very interesting, I think, because there's so many steps involved in making a pool. It's incredible what all it's a gunite one, the one that we have. So the guy came and sprayed the gunite, and they put rebar down first so that the gunite would have something to hold on to or whatever. And there's just so many steps. It's incredible. And well, they finally finished. I just couldn't even believe it. So I'm hoping that we get some warm weather soon, because right now the pool is just out there saying, nah, 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 you can't get in me because it's too cold. And let's look again at the trading plan. Start looking for a trade at 936. The reason that I picked 936 is because for the first 5 minutes of the trading day, everything is just moving fast. And there's a lot of volatility, and there's a possibility that you get stopped out really fast. So for the first 5 minutes, I wait and let the dust settle. And then at 936, I start looking for a trade. Trade only after a buy signal with a green candle. And then I'm going to go in there and add something. Let's see here. Oops, put a color on that. There needs to be something after that. I think I need to say check. Awesome oscillator, also known as AO, and RSI. Since I've got y'all here, um, I want to show a video I made using AI. I am absolutely enthralled with AI. I can't believe all the things that are possible with that. Let me find that video. Okay, I found the video. Okay. I just told it, I said, okay, I want you to throw 100 $100 bills in the air. And so here's what it came up with. Let's watch it again. And so I watched this video every time before I trade. I watch it and I watch it over and over and over again. And I'm implanting an image in my brain. And so that is helping me to make better trades, I think. Okay, so you had fiberglass pool. Dug the hole and swimming in 3 days. That's awesome. They finished January 1st, I think, with putting the water in. And we can't be in it for 30 days, so. So, let's see. Those who might be joining me, I'm not in any trades today because this has been a sideways market. It looks like puts are trying to do something. But I want to see the awesome oscillator cross the zero line. And over here at calls, if this is supposed to follow the process of the awesome oscillator, it's supposed to be a green candle and a buy signal. So I'm just waiting. And even if I see something met today, I don't even know if I want to do anything. Their puts are kind of starting to go up a little. Because it is just so volatile. Let's see. You go to look, see if there's any news.
Good morning. Welcome to Spot Box right here on CNBC.
Okay, still looking for something. If you're wondering about why I drew these in here, this is how this should look. The red getting higher and higher as it goes down, and then the green getting smaller and smaller as it goes up, and then breaking zero is significant. So the blue line is where this the awesome oscillator was the blue line. And so as you see, it's going straight across, and you think of that as momentum. If you're running just on a flat surface, you go pretty fast. But when you get to the hill and then it's a steep hill going down, you really build up some speed. So this is where we're running down the hill. We built up all kinds of speed. And think of this as like being able to fly. Like you have a plane that's going across the runway. Faster and faster it gets, and then, oh, the wind catches it, and then it continues to go up. So there's all kinds of analogies and ways to look at it. I think giving these analogies is helpful. And I'm just kind of sitting. Let me get some of these things out of the way. Don't need that. We have a sell on puts just now. And it's going in and out. So when it goes in and out like that, it's just very uncertain what's going to happen. It's definitely fun to play with AI. I'm having a lot of fun with that. Takes about 24 hours or so to fill a pool. I didn't realize it took that long. And in AI, it only takes like 3 seconds, which is terrific. Okay, this is just not a market I want to be in today. Got a lot of stuff going on in the world. Okay, here's an interesting headline. President Trump dismisses idea that weakening Fed independence. Let's see, wait a minute. That weakening Fed independence could lead to inflation. Okay. So he dismisses that idea that weakening Fed independence could lead to inflation. A lot of times I just take the news with a grain of salt because it's all in the charts. That's where the action happens. News, they can say anything on the news, but what happens on the chart is real time and it's real. And so that's what I look at. Got a buy signal on calls. Still, though, I'd like to see a green bar on the awesome oscillator. Let's take a look here. We had this long downtrend at the beginning of the day. If I would have entered at 10:55, could have made some money. But once again, if I was waiting on this green bar, $13.05 approximately is what that would cost. Let's see. And about $16.40 would be when I'd get 1,000. The stop is $9.79. Let's see what this is. $10.60. So I could have gone into this one, done it, and not gotten stopped out. Okay, so this, let me mark something. This is very important right here. So let's bring that back. This was the first green bar and awesome oscillator after the buy signal. Okay, so that would have gone up to and met the mark. The first green candle with puts, we had this dead snake is what I call it, the RSI, when it just hangs there and doesn't do anything. Dead snake. And we had a spinning top here. But, you know, you might say, well, oh, well, look at this. This was a huge spinning top. And that's why I waited for the first green on Awesome Oscillator. So we have the spinning top. You know, we're going to look at the Awesome Oscillator. It's just going straight across. So it's like, stay away is what that says. I hope this commentary is helpful. I'm talking out loud what I say to myself. And so I hope that helps. Like right now, I would say to myself, there is a buy signal in calls, but I can't do anything because I don't have my green bar in Awesome Oscillator. So I just kind of go through like what I say to myself, you know. And I hope that's helpful. Trading options is definitely not easy. There's so many things involved. I would recommend that you go and look at some of Sean Dekmar's videos on options. I want to go into his site just a minute and I'll bring it up and show you. Because I went through those and really did learn a lot about options. Options are complicated, but they don't have to be. Once you hang on to something that, you know, works good, it doesn't have to be complicated. Okay, let me see. He just kind of like put options out there, and I tried them out, and I started paper trading them, and I was just amazed at how much can be made. Let's see here. Where are your... Okay. He has something called like an options boot camp. Okay, options trading for beginners. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to play just a little bit of it because nothing seems to be changing here. Let me move over to my second screen.
Today,
ladies and gentlemen, we are building that foundation on options. We all want to be able to look out on the penthouse, have that huge top suite, but the only way to get that huge top suite is we have to build up to it. We have to have the foundation. We can't build a skyscraper just with a top penthouse with a beautiful city view. We have to lay down the cement, build again those barriers, floor after floor. And I know you guys want to have the most advanced option trading techniques out there, but you got to learn the basics first. So let's dive into day one of our options boot camp here. And
Okay, I just wanted to show y'all this fella, Sean Dekmar. He is just fabulous. He has got so many different videos in his website. He has something called Tradecaster, which you can go in and do live trading like we're doing here. Here was his first time trading options. And he tells why most options traders are losers. And I think it's just because you're not, you have to have some rules and have to follow them. But he is definitely somebody to look at. It's got lots of teaching videos, and they're easy to understand. And I like the way he talks about things. Very simple and uses a lot of good examples. So I would say definitely check him out if you get a chance to. Let's come back to our screen. See what's happening. Okay, so puts, definitely not anything to look at today. Calls, still waiting on this green bar on the Awesome Oscillator. The RSIs are just like midway, so it's just like waiting. Over in calls, that's a definite spinning top that we're seeing. The spinning top, what it says is, I don't know whether I want to be a bull or a bear. I don't know yet. And so the candles like speak. They tell stories, and you just got to listen to the story and be ready for it. Okay, I want to point out that after this spinning top, now it looks like we have a hammer. And when there's a hammer, there's a reversal. So let's see if that happens for real. Five, four, three, two, one. Okay, we have a green bar here. We have our buy signal. I'm sorry, I forgot the music was on. Let me just turn it down low. Okay, so we had this hammer here, and then the candle after it, it looks like a spinning top, but we do have our green bar and the awesome oscillator. We have to make a decision. Okay, let's see. Okay, I could get 4 contracts. Okay. Let's say 10-10. All right, I can get 4. I need it to go to, let's see, 1270, I think. Let me put that in. $12.70 would get me 1,040. So it just has to go up to $12.70. I'm going to create alert rather than buy, and I'll tell you why in a second. Okay. I put it the price that I would buy it at, which was 10.10. It's got to get to 12.70 for me to get $1,040 profit. Because this market has been so unstable today, I am not going to purchase anything, and it looks like it's going straight across. I was to draw a line here. It's just been this third candle, it just seems like it's coming up to there and then it's coming back. So what this next awesome oscillator bar happens to be, let me change this just a little bit. Starts here, comes down, it should go up. If it doesn't go up, or if the next bar is red, then we know that was not a good trade to be in. Still waiting for the puts to the awesome oscillator to cross 0. Hasn't done that yet. Just trying to find something to listen to. Okay, I don't like this. That's stupid. Okay. I'm going to go to pop. Okay, that's one that I use in my videos sometimes. Let's see. You're welcome, G-Mans. I probably will go live again a couple of times next week, maybe. I don't know if I am tomorrow. I think I'm just going to be on the sidelines tomorrow as well. Okay, if we look over, okay, G-Mans, I don't know if you heard me because it's hard for me to remember to turn the music off, but I will probably do live again. It might not be tomorrow, but definitely next week some. I've got a couple of appointments next week though. When we looked over here at calls, we have 2 green bars now, the awesome oscillator, but we just wanted to go past that that 1078. That seems to be like a barrier, a roadblock, if you will. Let's see what the high is here. The high is 1080. I'd like it to go 1090, so let me change this. Okay, 1090. Right now everything is just sideways. Doesn't seem to be anything good. Yep, we got the crab crawl going on today. And when the market goes up, I can definitely make money buying calls. When the market's going down, I can make money buying puts. When it goes sideways, you can't do anything except sit on your hands. Okay, it is 1:27 New York time. Going to put some music on and just let this run and let's see where it goes. I put down right here. We're looking for a 0 cross. So to let you know, the mark that I have here is 1660 on puts. I wanted to see if it went past that. I don't think it's going to go past that at all. The mark here I have that 1270, that's if I had bought it at this buy signal, I would have made 1,000 there. So I'm looking for it to hit that. 17 is a high. The high was 1690, so I do 10 cents above it, 17. If it goes beyond there, that's definitely something to look at. So I've put in place these areas that I'm looking at, and I'm just going to, I've got some stuff I got to do, so I will come back to this. And I think I'm going to check on it, say at, in an hour. Okay, so I'll be back. And thank you for everyone who has joined me today. I appreciate it. I kind of do things a little different than a lot of people who are in options. I try to say things as simple as possible and make things easy because that's how you win. And you just got to hang in there. If you make mistakes or losses, you dust yourself off and get right back up again. So I'll check back with y'all in about an hour. Let me turn this on. Well, well. What a difference a couple hours can make. Okay, yes, a put play would have worked very nicely. Let's take this stuff off. Clear the screen here. And when this went into the level of positive, when it crossed 0, you get a buy signal. Look at what happened. Wow. That is awesome. So at the point when it crossed 0, let's say right here, and I would have said, okay, so it's crossing 0. Let's wait for buy signal, and boom. That closed at 6:15. Let's come over here, do some math here. I probably would have gotten 8 contracts. And if I would have gone and sold up here at this overnight high, let's look at where that was. It looks like it's 25.70. Okay. So let's put in 25.70. Okay. So if I had purchased 8 contracts, and if it was at 6:15, and I put my limit at the overnight high, which was 25.70, I would have made $15,640. I'm just going to put that there because that's an important number. It's okay, Jack. So that's what could have happened. Wow. I want to mark that spot where it went to across 0 because that's important. This would have been very high probability. Yeah. Yeah. Goodness. Okay, that occurred right there at that candle. Okay. All right. This goes to show you that not all profitable trades happen in the first hour. Sometimes they take a little while and you have to wait for them. This happened at about 2:20. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and sign off, everybody. Glad that you traded with me today. Missed an opportunity, but that's okay because the plan worked how I was expecting it would. So that's all that counts, really. Okay. Last question. After you enter the trade, what is your approach for exit? I normally set a limit order for $1,000 above. So that's how much profit I want to make. And I can see how much I make by this bar over here that says profit loss open. That tells the amount. So I just go and find $1,000 above. And that's where I set my limit over here by clicking on the burgundy bar. This particular trade, it stayed green all the way up. And I probably would have used this overnight high, which was 25.70. Let me just double check. Yeah, 25.70. So I would have used that dotted blue line as an exit for 25.70, and that's how I could have made that much money. And that would have been getting 8 contracts down here at the buy signal, and then just shooting for that overnight high. But lately I've been shooting for 1,000 profit, so that would have gotten me like around 750. So right away I would have made that. So hanging in there till the overnight high was met, that would have probably been that's the best entry to make that amount of money. $1,000 per contract or per trade. Okay. The premium that I would have paid for this particular trade would have been $49.20, so almost $5,000. And I have a profit calculator that I use that will tell me how many contracts I can purchase, and I just plug that number in. The starting price was $6.15, and then that figures out. I do a calculation and figure out how many contracts I can get. And then over here I have my targets. This one has 20% in there of $1,000, 25, 50, and 100%. So 100% profit would have been realized, let's see, at 12.40, that would have been, boom, right there. So within 5 minutes, I would have gotten the target of 5,000, which is the premium price. So to make this is just amazing, to make 100% in 5 minutes. Where else on earth can you make that much money in 5 minutes? I just don't know. And that amount of $15,640, that is 313% profit. That is just incredible. some news must have come out for sure around 2:20. Not sure what. All right, now I'm signing out. Okay. See you guys later.